Sleep scrolls low.
Greetings, sleepy adventurer. Tonight's Grand Theft Auto tale follows Lucia and Jason as they target a dangerous prize, millions in laundered cartel crypto. The plan is bold, the risk is deadly. Can they pull it off? Let's find out. Before we begin, thank you for your support. As I post this video, our sleepy little channel has 47 wonderful subscribers, and around 9% of you have tapped that subscribe button. Please feel free to give this video a like and let us know in the comments what kinds of tales you want to hear next. This signals to the algorithm that you're enjoying our stories, giving this video a little push so our awesome little community can grow and we can bring you more epic tales more often. Rest assured there are no ads to interrupt your sleep. When the story ends, soothing sounds will guide you through the night to help you get a full 8 hours. Now, let's get ready for a peaceful night's sleep as our story begins. The ocean hummed in the distance, muffled behind warehouses and busted streetlights. Lucia Caminos tightened her grip on the steering wheel of a stolen silver sedan, parked beneath the crooked shadow of a crumbling parking structure near Old Downtown. Her fingers drummed against the leather, half bored, half wired. Jason Duval stood outside the car, leaning against the hood, his hoodie drawn over his head, arms folded. Across the lot, a nervous guy in designer knockoffs and gold-plated sunglasses finished counting out a fat envelope of cash. "That's it?" Jason asked, glancing inside. The guy shrugged. "It's what we agreed." Lucia rolled down the window. "You said 700. He smirked. "You should have asked for it up front." Jason didn't flinch. He leaned in closer, voice low. "You stiffed us for stealing a fucking Camry, not a Lambo. Pay what you owe, or I'll take the rims back right now." There was a pause, a test of pride. Then the guy handed over another 100 in crumpled bills. Jason stuffed the envelope into his jacket. "Pleasure." Back in the car, Lucia pulled away in silence. The wind through the cracked window smelled like hot asphalt and cheap weed. "You should have let me break his fingers," she muttered. Jason chuckled. He wasn't worth the knuckle pain. But neither of them was smiling. Later that night, they sat in their safe house, a dusty upstairs apartment above a shuttered laundromat in Little Havana. A fan buzzed in the corner. The lights were dim. Lucia hunched over a bag of fast food. Jason thumbed through the money. 4 jobs in 2 weeks, Lucia said, "and we're still eating shit." Jason didn't answer. She looked up. "I'm serious. We need something bigger." "I don't want bigger, I want done," Jason replied. "Out, gone, somewhere with air that doesn't smell like fry oil and piss." Lucia leaned back, wiping ketchup off her fingers. "Then we need a real score." Jason hesitated. Then, "Ran into someone today. Guy I knew in Blackwater. Says there's talk going around." Lucia perked up. "Talk like what?" Jason looked at her. His expression was quiet, calculated. "Crypto laundering, cartel connected." She grinned. "Now that's music." The next day, Cal Hampton rolled up on his battered scooter, wearing flip-flops and a tank top that said, "Vice hard, die later." He knocked on the door with a half-eaten banana in his hand. "Yo," he said through a mouthful. "Heard you two are sniffing for something spicy." Lucia opened the door. If by spicy you mean profitable, then yeah. Cal leaned in. Bar down on Alameda, late last night. This twitchy little accountant guy, sweaty, drinking alone, started bragging after 2 tequilas. Said he handles secure assets for foreign investors. He made exaggerated air quotes. Jason stepped into the room. Name? Victor Montero, Cal said. Drives a rusted-out hatchback. Lives out in El Puente. Got cartel stink all over him, but not the kind that shows up in police files. Lucia raised an eyebrow. A tech guy laundering money, flying low. Exactly, Cal said. Looks like a nobody. Probably is. But nobodies don't talk like that unless they're hiding something. Jason spent the afternoon digging. Victor Montero, 42, single, runs a solo IT consulting gig out of his home. No priors, pays taxes, social media is empty. Just a dormant LinkedIn page and a blurry driver's license photo from 10 years ago. Too clean. Suspiciously so. He's either the most boring man in Vice, Jason said, or the smartest. Lucia leaned over his shoulder. No flash, no profile. Classic crypto guy. Probably thinks hiding in plain sight makes him invisible. Jason nodded. He might be right. Lucia smiled. Not for long. The sun was setting when they parked across the street from Victor's house. A plain, one-story place with weathered white siding and closed blinds. The neighborhood was quiet. Old folks, stray cats, busted mailboxes, the kind of place no one looked at twice. Jason stared at the house for a long minute. If he's holding a ledger, he said, that's real money. Lucia shifted in her seat, eyes narrowed. Then it's time someone took it. The streets of El Puente moved slow in the mid-morning haze. Old men played dominoes in the shade. Rusted-out bikes leaned against chain-link fences. The air buzzed with low conversation, stray dogs, and far-off salsa from a crackling radio. Lucia drove an old work van, borrowed from a cousin, logo half scraped off the side, and cruised past Victor Montero's house for the 3rd time that day. Third one on the left, she muttered, eyeing the dull white bungalow. Jason sat in the passenger seat, watching through dark sunglasses. Victor's car, a sun-bleached sedan, was parked crooked in the short driveway. The windows were shut, the blinds drawn. Quiet little place, Jason said. Too quiet, Lucia replied. Nobody notices a ghost. They kept driving, slow and smooth. Behind them, Cal Hampton sat at a corner tienda, chewing sunflower seeds and pretending to scroll through his phone. From under his cap, he tracked the house like a hawk. Lucia looped around again, parked 2 blocks away. They waited, watched, clocked who came and went. Nobody came. Nobody went. 2 days later, Cal showed up at the safe house with a notepad full of chicken scratch and grease stains. Guy's a machine, he said, flopping into a chair. Wakes up same time, walks the dog same path, eats frozen pizza 3 times a week. Brand, flavor, timing, identical. Lucia raised a brow. Sounds like a man afraid of change, or routine obsessed. Either way, easy to time, Cal said. Thursdays, 6:30 sharp, he visits his mom, brings her groceries, gone for about an hour, give or take. Jason nodded slowly. That's our window. He keeps to himself, Cal added. Neighbors say he's quiet, polite, weird about strangers. One guy said he saw Victor call the cops once, just 'cause someone leaned on his mailbox. Lucia laughed. He's a hermit with a fragile sense of control. Perfect. Jason looked over the notes again, flipping through pages. Let's make him the star of his own disaster. That night, Jason sat at the kitchen table under the flicker of a dying ceiling bulb. He scribbled diagrams while Lucia cleaned a Glock and ate sunflower seeds Cal left behind. "We're not stealing cash," Jason said. "We're stealing access. That means a cold wallet, probably hardware-based, maybe even air-gapped, offline completely." Lucia popped a seed in her mouth. "So, what's it look like?" "Could be a USB, hard drive, even a burner laptop. Doesn't matter. The key's on the drive, which means he has to be home to unlock it," Lucia finished, grinning. "You really think he's got that kind of money?" Jason looked at her. "If he's laundering for the cartel, he's got something better than money. He's got trust." Lucia leaned back in her chair. "Trust we're gonna break." Lucia tapped into an old contact, a guy named Mateo who used to hack gambling apps. He owed her for getting him out of a tight spot with a betting ring. Now he ran trace checks on blockchain wallets in exchange for prepaid cards and cold beer. 2 hours later, Mateo called back. "I didn't find Victor Montero," he said, "but I found the ghost behind him." Jason put him on speaker. "Talk." "There's a wallet that's pinged through 3 flagged laundering networks in the past 6 months. Low frequency, big movements, tied to an IP that traces back to an El Puente residential block." "Victor's?" Lucia asked. "Within 4 houses. If it ain't him, it's his dog." Jason exchanged a look with her, quiet, satisfied. "Appreciate it," he said. "Don't call again." They sat parked in the same borrowed van, across from Victor's place as the sun dipped low behind the roofs. Orange light cast long shadows. His blinds stayed shut. His porch light flicked on right at 6. Jason stared. Lucia handed him a protein bar. He took it, barely noticing. "He's not a kingpin," Jason said quietly. "He's just a mule. A middleman." Lucia watched the house, then Jason. All mules carry treasure if you catch them early. She smiled. He didn't. Jason just said, "Thursday. We go in Thursday." The sun hung low over El Puente, casting long shadows across rusted fences and cracked sidewalks. A soft breeze rustled the palms as Cal watched from his folding chair, drink in hand, parked just far enough away to stay invisible. Through binoculars, he tracked Victor Montero's routine one last time. At 6:30 p.m. sharp, Victor stepped out of his house with a plastic grocery bag in one hand and his keys in the other. Same day, same time, same rhythm. He got into his beat-up sedan and drove off toward the West End. Same route as last Thursday. Cal grinned and tapped his phone. A few blocks away, Lucia leaned on the hood of their nondescript gray hatchback while Jason smoked a cigarette in silence. She checked Cal's text. "He's out, grocery bag and all," she said. "Clock's ticking." Jason nodded. 58 minutes from now, tops." Lucia exhaled. "That's all we need." They slid into the car and drove toward the quiet little street where Victor's secrets waited. They circled the block once before parking 3 houses down, away from any streetlight glare. Jason scanned the street. Low fences, plastic lawn furniture, wind chimes on porches. A woman across the way sat in a faded rocking chair, sipping iced tea and eyeing the world behind thick glasses. "She's seen everything that's ever happened on this block," Jason said. Lucia nodded. "Good thing we're not planning to make history." Jason double-checked the duffel bag. Gloves, duct tape, flashlight, burner phone, compact crowbar. He popped the glove box and tucked the burner inside. just in case. They waited a full minute. Engine off, lights down. When the street was still, they moved, fast and silent. Lucia popped the latch on the gate. It creaked faintly. Jason winced. The porch was clean. Too clean. They picked the lock in 10 seconds flat. Victor didn't even have a camera over the door. "Guys, careful," Jason whispered, but not careful enough. Inside, the house smelled like old books and plug-in air fresheners, the kind that tried too hard to smell like citrus. They moved quickly, but with care. Jason took the living room. Lucia swept the kitchen and back hallway. "Guys got no pets, no cameras, no alarm panel," she whispered through her earpiece. "Clean as hell." Jason nodded, kneeling by a cheap-looking bookshelf. He ran his fingers along the base, checking for gaps. Check the bedroom. Look for floor panels, fake vents, wall units. If the wallet's here, it's not out in the open. Lucia moved to the bedroom. Sparse, a single desk with a monitor, unconnected to anything. A cheap-looking dresser, plain sheets on the bed. She knocked lightly on the wall, hollow in some spots, solid in others. Then she spotted the HVAC vent above the closet, cleaner than the others. No dust, no screws. "Found something," she muttered. Jason joined her. Together they popped off the vent cover and reached inside. There it was, a small black hardware wallet wrapped in a Ziploc bag. Nothing flashy, nothing labeled, but heavy, real. Jason smiled, just a little. "We got it." Back at the safe house later that night, Jason examined the device while Lucia flipped through a stack of faded architectural blueprints. Booby Ike had texted them. "A courtesy," he said, though nothing Booby did was ever just that. The layout confirmed it. Victor's house hadn't changed much in 20 years. The vent was an easy hideaway for someone who didn't trust cloud storage. "Drive's encrypted," Jason said. "Gonna need his input to get it open." Lucia sipped her drink and studied the blueprint. "Then we grab him next Thursday, when he goes to see his mom." Jason frowned. "It's risky. We break in once, we're ghosts. Break in twice." Lucia cut him off. "We don't break in again." He looked at her. "We go in while he's there." Jason stared at her for a long beat. No words, just the sound of the fan spinning in the corner. Then he nodded once. Later, on the rooftop, they stood looking out over Vice City's skyline. It flickered with lights, noise, and lives they didn't belong to. Jason lit another cigarette, quiet. Lucia leaned on the rail, her face unreadable. "You sure you want to go this far?" he asked. "We're already in it," she said. "You know what the cartel does to people who make them look stupid." Lucia met his eyes. "That's why we're not just stealing their money," she said. "We're gonna leave a mark." Jason didn't answer. He didn't have to. They both knew what had to be done. It started as a joke. Lucia tossed the idea out while peeling an orange, legs kicked up on a beat-up coffee table. Jason had just finished another deep dive into Victor's system layout, trying to guess what encryption method the guy might be using. "Why don't we just make him buy something from us?" she said, popping a slice in her mouth. Jason looked up. "You mean like rob him at gunpoint and sell him a t-shirt?" Lucia grinned. "No, I mean, make him use the wallet. Have him send the money willingly. One transaction, legit, on-chain." Jason leaned back in his chair, studying her. "You're serious?" "Dead serious," she said. "We mint an NFT, something dumb, Something insulting. We make him buy it. The money's ours. Blockchain does the rest. Jason went quiet, considering it. If we can get him to log in, yeah, that could work, he said slowly. Might even be cleaner than laundering it. And funnier, Lucia added. He smiled at that. It was reckless. It was stupid. It was perfect. The image came together in under an hour. Lucia used an old AI art generator on her burner laptop, tweaking and refining until it hit just right. Jason sat across from her, watching her frown at sliders and tweak colors like she was painting a masterpiece. "What are we calling this thing?" she asked. Jason lit a cigarette and said without hesitation, "Lil Don Dummy." Lucia barked a laugh. "That's evil." The final result, a crying toddler with a slicked-back haircut, red-faced, fists balled at his sides. His cartoonishly oversized head had a gold chain with a pacifier charm. The ground around him was littered with pacifiers, dozens of them. Lucia leaned back in her chair, admiring it. "It's perfect." Jason smirked. "You think the boss of the Marquez cartel has a sense of humor?" Lucia looked at him, deadpan. "I hope not." Jason minted the NFT on OpenSea. He transferred just enough Ethereum to set it all up. "Once it's live, all we need is for Victor to connect his wallet and click buy," Jason said. "We'll feed him the link, push the buttons. That's it." Jason double-checked everything over. The funds would hit their wallet instantly. Lucia tapped her fingers on the table. "You think Victor'll give us trouble? He'll scream, maybe cry, but he'll do it." She nodded. "Let's hope he's more scared of the cartel than us." Jason tilted his head. "We can change that balance if we have to." Lucia stared at the laptop screen, where the toddler image stared back at her through cartoon tears. She whispered, "He's gonna hate this." The plan was ready. They'd wait until Victor left for his Thursday visit to his mom, break in fast, find the wallet, and wait. The moment he came back, they'd confront him, force him to log in, and buy Lil Don Dummy before he even had time to figure out what was happening. They wouldn't kill him. That wasn't the point. They just needed him to click. Jason packed the drive tools and gloves into his bag. Lucia stored the NFT contract on a hidden server just outside US jurisdiction. Cal prepped the car. The next time Victor opened his front door, his world was going to change. Jason stood by the window, staring out at the darkening street. Lucia came up beside him and asked quietly, "You ready to become rich and very hated?" Jason exhaled through his nose. "Yeah." Lucia smiled. "Good. Let's go make history." Thursday evening crept in hot and slow. The sky over El Puente turned a hazy purple as Jason zipped the black duffel shut. Inside, gloves, duct tape, flashlight, burner laptop, and the NFT link preloaded on a flash drive. Nothing more, nothing less. Lucia paced quietly by the window of the safe house, dressed in black from boots to bandana. Her sleeves were rolled, her eyes sharp. Cal leaned against the doorframe, flipping a coin. "You sure about this?" he asked. Lucia grabbed the van keys. "Not even a little." Jason joined her, slipping the duffel over his shoulder. "That's what makes it fun." They moved like muscle memory, no debate, no fear. Cal followed them to the car, handed off the burner phone, then peeled off toward the alley near Victor Street. They all knew the countdown had started. They parked down the block, engine off, windows cracked. Jason watched the clock. 6:31 p.m., right on schedule. Victor's house sat under the glow of a tired street lamp, porch light flickering. His sedan was gone, blinds drawn, just like every other Thursday. Lucia checked her gloves and whispered, "This is it." Jason popped the locks. They moved in silence, sliding through the gate and up to the door. Lucia handled the lock, quick and clean. It gave with barely a sound. They slipped inside like shadows. Jason scanned the living room. Nothing had changed since last time. Same couch, same crooked lamp, same air freshener still trying to hide the faint scent of mildew. They fanned out. Jason headed for the HVAC vent. Lucia checked the hallway. Victor's bedroom was empty. His laptop sat closed on the desk. Cal's voice came through the earpiece. "All quiet. You've got at least 50 minutes. Jason opened the vent. His fingers touched plastic. "Got it." Jason had just pulled the wallet out when headlights flashed across the far wall. Lucia ducked instinctively and whispered, "Someone's back." Jason froze. They heard the sound of tires crunching against the curb. A door slammed. "Shit," Jason muttered. Lucia peered through the curtain and hissed, "It's him." Victor Montero was walking up the steps with a white plastic grocery bag in one hand and a bottle of pills in the other. "He must have forgotten something," Jason said. Lucia looked at the front door. "We're still inside." Jason snapped the duffel shut and dropped it behind the couch. "No time. We greet him ourselves." The front door opened. Victor stepped in, keys jingling, still half looking at the receipt in his hand. He didn't even notice Jason until the door clicked shut behind him. "What the?" he started. Jason moved fast, grabbing his wrist and spinning him toward the wall. The groceries hit the floor. Lucia was there in an instant, pressing her forearm to Victor's back, forcing him down to his knees. "Shh," she said. "No screaming, Victor." He struggled, eyes wide with panic, but Jason had the duct tape out already. One strip across the mouth, another binding his wrists, clean, fast, practiced. Lucia dragged him into the living room chair and strapped him down with zip ties from the bag. Victor's eyes darted to the duffel, to the tools, to the black wallet device in Jason's hand. That was when he realized they weren't here to rob him. They were here to ruin him. Jason knelt in front of him, calm and cold. "We know what's on this drive," he said softly. "We know who you work for, and we know what happens to middlemen when their books go missing." Victor let out a muffled groan, head shaking, tears already starting. Lucia crouched beside him and pulled out the burner laptop. She booted it up and plugged in the wallet. "You're going to help us make a purchase," she said. "That's it, one little click." Jason slipped off the duct tape just enough for Victor to speak. "You don't understand," he whispered, voice shaking. "If they find out." "They will," Jason said. "They'll find out. You lost everything." Lucia turned the laptop to face him. On screen, the image of Lil Don Dummy loaded in full color. The crying toddler, the gold chain, the pacifiers. Victor's mouth fell open. His eyes locked on the screen. First confusion, then horror. Lucia leaned in, smiling softly. "You're gonna buy this now." The clock on Jason's burner read 6:48 p.m. Victor's groaning had turned to a kind of desperate silence. He sat bound to his own kitchen chair, hands zip-tied behind his back, feet taped to the legs, sweat trailing down the side of his face. Jason kept the burner laptop steady on the table. Lucia stood behind Victor, arms crossed, one foot tapping slowly. The NFT page glowed on the screen. Lil Don dummy, still unpurchased, still smirking. "Tell me again," Jason said. "You log in, you buy the NFT. Then we vanish. You live." Victor's voice trembled. "You're making a mistake." "No," Lucia said, leaning in. "You made one. You got cozy with the wrong people, and now you're the unlucky middleman who got caught holding their wallet." Jason set the hardware wallet down, gently. "Time to transfer. Let's go." Victor inhaled shakily and nodded. Just as he reached forward, a noise broke the tension. Tires on gravel. Lucia moved to the front window, careful not to shift the curtain too far. Her pulse jumped. A sedan, Victor's, had returned, but it wasn't parked the same way. Someone else had pulled up. Then came the worst sound possible, another car door slamming. Jason's voice went low. "Lucia." She turned from the curtain. "Someone's here." Victor's face twisted. No one should be." Jason cut him off. "Shut up." He moved fast, scooping the wallet and the laptop back into the duffel and zipping it halfway. Lucia checked her pistol and clicked off the safety. "We're out of time." Jason pointed to the back hallway. "Take him. Closest room with no window." They half dragged, half walked Victor into a narrow utility closet next to the kitchen. Jason stuffed a rag in his mouth and taped over it again. Lucia zip-tied his wrists to the water pipe behind him. "Sorry, Vic," she said softly. "You're a good coward, but we've got priorities." Jason shut the door quietly. Footsteps hit the porch outside. A knock, sharp, twice. Jason and Lucia froze. Another knock, then a voice, low, male, unsure. "Vic? Yo, it's Nate. You good?" Lucia's eyes widened. She mouthed, "Neighbor?" Jason shook his head. "Friend." Lucia whispered, "Let me handle this." Lucia opened the front door just a crack. A young guy stood on the porch, backpack slung over one shoulder, phone in hand, mid-20s, jittery, no weapon visible. "Vic home?" he asked. "Said he'd help me with my ledger thing." Lucia smiled through the crack. "He's not in. Try tomorrow." The guy blinked. "You his sister or something?" Lucia didn't blink. "I'm his tech assistant." He squinted, then looked past her, like he might step closer. Lucia opened the door slightly more. "He's not here." A long pause. Then, reluctantly, the guy stepped back. "All right. Tell him Nate came by." Lucia nodded. "Will do." She shut the door and exhaled slowly. Jason moved out from the shadows. "Let's finish it." They returned to the kitchen. Jason pulled Victor back out, sat him down again, and booted the laptop. Victor whimpered through the tape. Jason yanked it off. "You know what to do." Victor, pale and shaking, reached forward. The NFT screen reloaded, still waiting. Jason moved the cursor to the Buy Now button and handed control to Victor. Victor hesitated, hands hovering. Jason lowered his voice. "You press that button, and this is over." Lucia leaned forward. "Or we leave, and you face them empty-handed. And if you think they'll believe you got robbed and lived, you're dumber than we thought." Victor's lip trembled. Then he clicked. The transfer window opened. The Ethereum wallet auto-filled. Jason guided him through the confirmation process. Victor's fingers twitched with every step. Gas fees flashed. Final prompt. Victor clicked again. Transaction sent. They waited. 5 seconds. 10. Lucia leaned in. The NFT, updated in real time, sold 6,100 Ethereum. Jason checked the wallet. Their dummy receiving address had just ballooned with digital gold. Lucia let out a low whistle, and just like that, we're rich. Victor looked like he might puke. Jason stood up, closing the laptop slowly. "You ever breathe a word of this," he said, "and they'll find you. Hell, we might too." They tied Victor back up tight, shoved him in the closet again, and wiped down every surface they'd touched. Lucia snapped the gloves off and burned them in the sink. Cal's voice crackled in the earpiece. "You've got 10 minutes before the nosy lady 2 houses down takes her evening walk." Jason nodded. "We're moving." They grabbed the duffel, stashed the burner, and slipped out the back. The alley behind Victor's house was empty. The sky had gone full indigo. Cal met them in the car 2 blocks over. As they pulled away, Lucia looked out the back window. Victor's porch light flickered, then went out. Jason checked his phone. The NFT was still on screen. Lil Don Dummy crying among his dummies. Lucia stared at the image, then whispered, "We just pissed off a monster." Jason didn't reply. He didn't have to. Victor sat in his kitchen chair, eyes red, wrists raw from the zip ties. The light from the burner laptop cast shadows across his face as Jason reconnected the cold wallet. Every breath Victor took sounded like it had weight. Lucia stood behind him, arms crossed, silent and unreadable. She hadn't spoken in 10 minutes. Jason took care of the setup, quiet and exact. "Same device," Jason said. "Same interface. You've done this 100 times." Victor didn't move. Jason nudged the laptop forward. "Just log in." Victor looked up at him. "They'll kill me." Jason raised an eyebrow. "Then make it count." Victor's fingers trembled as he entered his passphrase. Long string, complex. Jason watched carefully, checking for hesitation. None, just raw fear. Wallet unlocked. A soft beep. Jason leaned in and checked the contents. "Split across 4 addresses," he murmured. "Just like we guessed." Lucia moved to his side, eyes on the screen. "Consolidate them. Move it all to the NFT wallet." Victor hesitated. Jason stepped closer. "You don't want us to explain this to them, do you?" Victor's voice cracked. "You think this is gonna work? That they won't trace it back to you?" Lucia smiled. "We're counting on it." Jason opened a new transaction window. "Now the fun part." He walked Victor through each step, merging the addresses into a single wallet, confirming seed words, enabling access. Each click sounded like a countdown. Lucia added the NFT's direct purchase link to the browser and pointed to the image. "Click buy," she said. Victor stared at it again. His own boss, mocked as a toddler, surrounded by pacifiers. It was like staring at a death sentence. "You're not just stealing," he whispered. "You're spitting in his face." Jason didn't blink. "No, you are." Victor clicked. The prompt appeared, "Send 6,100 Ethereum to purchase Lil Don Dummy." He hovered over the button. Jason leaned in. "1 click and you go back to your boring life." Walk out of this a nobody again, just how you like it," Lucia added, "or don't, and the cartel finds you tied to your own pipe with nothing to show for it." Victor's hand shook. Then, click. The wallet blinked. Transaction sent. Jason checked his own receiver address. Confirmed. "Confirmed," he said softly. Lucia let out a slow breath. "Done." They left Victor bound again, taped and gagged, but alive. His eyes followed them as they wiped prints from the countertops, doors, and keyboard. Jason powered down the laptop and tucked it into the duffel. They said nothing as they left. No threats, no goodbyes. Outside, the night had deepened, and the alley was empty. Their car waited 2 blocks over. In the back seat, Lucia stared down at her phone. The NFT was now marked. Sold. 6,100 Ethereum. Transaction complete. She showed it to Jason. "Now we're really in it," he said. Lucia's grin was small but sharp. "We didn't just rob them," Jason nodded. "We humiliated them." They pulled off into the night, the sound of tires soft against cracked pavement. Behind them, the house sat still, quiet again, but nothing was the same. The car rolled through the dim back streets of El Puente, windows down, the silence heavy. Jason drove with both hands tight on the wheel, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Lucia sat beside him, staring at the phone in her lap. The glow from the screen lit her face just enough. There it was, sold. 6,100 Ethereum. The NFT image hung below it, mocking and motionless. The crying toddler surrounded by pacifiers. Lil Dawn dummy. She didn't laugh this time. Jason pulled into an underground parking garage and killed the lights. "You sure it hit our wallet?" he asked, still watching the mirror. Lucia nodded. "Double-checked. It's sitting there. All of it." Jason exhaled once. "All right, let's clean up." They hauled the burner laptop and hardware wallet upstairs into the safe house. The door shut behind them with a soft metallic thunk. Jason opened the laptop again, just to confirm. The funds had landed exactly where they planned. No delays, no flags, no calls from regulators or blockchain detectives. Not that those people ever called when the money wasn't theirs. Lucia got to work wiping fingerprints off the laptop's case, the wallet's surface, and the flash drive. "Victor's tied up tight," she said. "But I left him close to his phone, just in case." "In case of what?" "In case the fear wears off and he does something stupid." Jason moved to the sink and grabbed the bottle of isopropyl alcohol. He soaked a rag and started scrubbing the inside lining of the duffel. "If he talks," he said, "it's not just his problem anymore." The burner phone buzzed once. Jason picked up. "Yeah." Cal's voice was low and clipped. "You've got a tail." Jason went still. "How close?" "Close enough I didn't want to spook him. Somebody was watching the block. Could be nothing, but..." Lucia took the phone from Jason. "Did they follow you?" "I took a few turns, cut through an alley. If they're still on me, they're ghosts." Lucia thought for a moment. "Lie low, use the second car. Meet us at the fallback in 2 hours." "You got it?" She hung up and tossed the phone into a small pot of bleach they kept for moments just like this. It fizzed and hissed. Jason looked at her. "He okay?" "He will be." He stared for a moment longer. "We need to move." Lucia grabbed the bag and slung it over her shoulder. Already packed. They moved fast. The safe house was stripped in minutes. No prints, no traces, no digital fingerprints. Lucia took the hardware wallet and tucked it in her waistband. Jason carried the laptop in a foam-lined case. They exited through the fire stairs, circled the block, and approached their parked car from a different direction. Nobody on the street, no cars idling with tinted windows, no distant cameras with a red dot blinking. Jason unlocked the doors. Lucia slid in. The engine turned without a sound. They drove without speaking for 2 miles before Jason finally said, "You think the NFT will go viral?" Lucia shrugged. "It's on-chain. Anyone who's watching that wallet's going to see it." Jason smirked. "Good." The road curved along the canal, city lights reflecting off the water like floating sparks. Lucia rolled the window down and let the wind hit her face. Jason didn't look over. He just said, "That NFT, they're going to take it personally." Lucia chuckled a dry sound. "Good, they should." He glanced at her finally. "You enjoying this?" Lucia stared out the window, not enjoying, just awake for the first time in a long time. Jason nodded once. They rode in silence the rest of the way. Somewhere behind them, El Puente was still sleeping. But it wouldn't be for long. They sat in the back room of a boarded-up pawn shop that used to be Cal's uncle's place. The floor creaked and the air smelled like old wood and rust, but the Wi-Fi still worked, which was all they needed. Jason hunched over the laptop, the glow lighting his face like a ghost story. Lucia leaned over his shoulder, her breath quiet, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her hoodie. On screen, the wallet was fat with cartel crypto, 12.7 million in Ethereum, exactly as planned, transferred, secured, and clean. Lucia stared for a long moment. "We actually did it." Jason didn't answer. He was still checking the chain, triple confirming, scanning for any signs of a flag or reversal. Everything was solid, immutable, locked in forever. "It's ours," he finally said. "Every cent." Lucia leaned back, a slow grin creeping across her face. "Then we're ghosts." Cal leaned in from the corner, sipping warm soda from a corner store cup. "So what do we do now? Buy a yacht and park it in front of Booby's club?" Lucia chuckled. Tempting. Jason shut the laptop gently. "No yachts, no noise. Not yet." Cal raised a brow. "Man, we just robbed a drug empire and turned it into a cartoon. You think there's a quiet option now?" Lucia looked at Jason. He's got a point. Jason stood up, stretching his back. "We lay low. We move the money, split it across shadow wallets, launder it through a mixer, then maybe we disappear." Lucia paced slowly. "I'm not vanishing until I feel that weight hit. I want to walk into a bank with a fake name and a real smile." Jason smirked. "That day's coming." Jason spent the next hour dismantling the burner laptop, removing the hard drive, breaking it apart piece by piece, and tossing the remains into a burn barrel out back. The flames cracked and hissed as plastic curled and snapped. Lucia cleaned their gloves, sprayed their bags, and wiped down anything they touched at the pawn shop. Old habits, survival habits. "Wallets backed up and split into 4 keys," Jason said, holding up the flash drives. "Only 2 of them are useful alone. The others just point nowhere." "Like puzzle pieces," Lucia said. "Smart." Jason handed her one. You lose it, we lose half. Lucia tucked it into the lining of her jacket. I won't. Cal wandered back in, tossing a half-eaten donut on the table. You guys ever think about what happens if Victor grows a spine? Jason didn't even blink. That's why we left him breathing. At 1:03 a.m., Jason's phone buzzed, a number they hadn't used since the job. Booby Ike. Jason let it ring twice, then answered. Congratulations, Booby's voice crooned, warm as molasses and twice as thick. You made the whole city sit up tonight. Jason said nothing. I don't know what kind of nerve you two found, Booby continued. But damn, that was art. You should sell framed prints. Jason's tone was flat. What do you want? Booby chuckled. Only to help. You've got a storm coming, and I own a few very dry places to hide. Lucia leaned in, whispering, Hang up. Jason didn't. He waited. Booby's voice shifted, a little darker. They're gonna come, Jay. Not because you stole money, but because you made them look stupid. They hate that more than loss. Jason finally replied, soft and dry. Then we gave him a 2-for-1. He hung up. Jason sat down again, reopened the wallet for the last time that night. Lucia leaned over him. On screen, the Ethereum was sitting pretty, untouched. And above it, the NFT stared back. Lil Dawn Dummy, still crying, still surrounded by pacifiers, still linked to a high-profile cartel wallet. Lucia shook her head, half laughing. We actually branded the crime. Jason stared at the screen a second longer, then shut it. No turning back now. They didn't speak for a while after that. Outside, the city hummed. Inside, they waited for morning. Across the street from Victor Montero's house, an old woman named Mrs. Delgado sat in her rocking chair with a blanket over her knees and a cup of sweet tea in hand. She didn't miss much on this block, not since her husband passed, and not since her legs gave out 3 winters ago. She squinted through the twilight, watching as Victor's porch light flickered and then died completely. She thought she saw movement inside earlier. Shadows, maybe. Victor was a quiet man, kept to himself, always said hello, but tonight, something didn't feel right. She set her tea down and picked up the cordless phone, punching in a number she knew by heart. Yes, I'd like to report something suspicious, she said. There's something odd at the Montero house. Inside the house, Victor was still in the closet, sweaty, half-conscious, his wrists aching and mouth dry. The only light came from a nearby power strip, blinking green. The NFT image still hovered in his mind. He had no idea what came next. All he knew was he'd just given away millions and insulted a monster. Outside, a local cartel contact rolled by the neighborhood in a black SUV. They weren't looking for Victor yet, not officially, but word had spread. Something had gone wrong with a wallet, and whispers were building. Back at the safe house, Jason loaded the last of their burner equipment into the trunk of the car. Everything cleaned, everything stripped. Lucia stood nearby, quiet and alert. Jason slammed the trunk shut. No trail. Lucia nodded once. Let's not leave a shadow. As they drove toward their fallback spot, an abandoned garage near the water, Jason flipped on the police scanner for background noise. Nothing major, just local calls. But one caught his attention. Report of possible break-in, 419 East Mendez Street. Jason froze. Lucia didn't have to ask. Victor's? He nodded. Lucia pulled her hair back and muttered, "Of course, nosy neighbors." Jason turned off the scanner. "It's just noise, for now." But they both knew that wouldn't last. If the cops went inside, if someone saw Victor, if he cracked. Lucia leaned forward, gripping the dashboard. He better keep his mouth shut. Jason didn't respond. Hours later, in the garage, they sat in near darkness, the only light coming from a single exposed bulb swaying from a cord. The air was stale and heavy with dust. Jason dozed in a chair, one hand resting on the duffel. Lucia cleaned her pistol quietly. Then, 3 knocks on the garage door, sharp, intentional. Jason jolted upright. Lucia snapped the gun up, silent and still. Another knock. Then a voice, calm, muffled, too smooth. "Wrong address," Cal called out. Lucia exhaled. Jason relaxed. The door creaked open, and Cal stepped in, carrying a paper bag and a new burner phone. "Thought you two could use dinner?" Lucia cracked a smile. "You're lucky I didn't shoot." Cal grinned. "Would have been a hell of a send-off." They ate cold sandwiches in silence. Jason finished his and wiped his hands on his jeans. Lucia hadn't touched hers. He looked at her. "You thinking what I'm thinking? That it's been too quiet?" she said. Jason nodded. "Way too quiet." Lucia leaned back against the wall, watching the dust float through the light. "We hit them hard," she said. "Not just their wallet, their pride." Jason folded the wrapper from his sandwich, slow and methodical. "They're not gonna come tonight," he said, "but they will come." Lucia stared at the floor, then up at him. "Then we better be ready." Outside, the city slept. But something was waking up. The house smelled like fear and sweat. 2 cartel men entered Victor Montero's bungalow just after 3 a.m. One tall and silent, the other twitchy with a scar under his eye. The porch light was still dead. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the place looked mostly untouched. No drawers overturned, no blood, no signs of struggle. But then they found Victor. He was in the closet, duct tape still stuck to his cheeks, wrists red and swollen, knees shaking so bad he couldn't stand. The tall one knelt beside him and peeled the tape back slowly. Victor didn't scream. He didn't beg. He just blinked, like he wasn't sure what was real anymore. "What happened?" the tall one asked. Victor swallowed, voice dry and trembling. "I got robbed." The scarred one raised an eyebrow. "By who?" Victor hesitated. The tall one leaned in closer. "You say the wrong name, or no name at all, and this house becomes a crime scene." Victor looked up, barely breathing. "I didn't see their faces." They gave him water, let him sit on the couch, asked the same questions 6 different ways. Victor's story didn't change. He claimed it was a break-in, claimed he was tied up, said they forced him to open his cold wallet, that they had masks, gloves, that he didn't know who they were. "They just wanted the money," he whispered. The cartel men weren't convinced, but they also weren't dumb. If Victor was lying, he was scared enough to believe it. And if he was telling the truth, then someone out there had just made one hell of a move. They left him shaking and silent, told him not to call anyone, not to leave the house, not to breathe unless ordered. Victor didn't nod. He just sat there, staring at the floor, wishing he hadn't lived through it. By dawn, the cartel's internal tech team had their eyes on the wallets. The cold wallet Victor had used lit up like a flare, sweeping funds from multiple sub-addresses into one. Then came the purchase, an NFT. They stared at the transaction log in disbelief. 6,100 Ethereum, transferred in full to a wallet tied to a crypto art listing. The image was public, a toddler, crying, wearing a gold chain, pacifiers everywhere. The listing name, Lil Don Dummy. The scarred man from earlier stared at the screen, mouth half open. Is this a joke? The tech looked pale. No, it's a message. The boss of the unit folded his arms, staring down at the image. No, it's a declaration of war. The news spread fast. At first, only in whispers, through cartel chat groups, nightclub owners, small-time runners. Then louder, everyone knew something had happened, something big, something humiliating. People speculated. Some thought it was an inside job. Others thought it was a rival outfit from up north, or a new hacker cell looking to make a name. But the truth was simpler and more dangerous. Someone had taken the Marquez cartel's money and turned it into a meme. And nobody was laughing. Lower-level guys got paranoid, started deleting burner phones, canceling gigs, moving stash spots out of fear that if they got blamed, they'd disappear before they could explain. One guy even left town. That didn't save him. Don L. Marquez sat alone in a private study at his estate just outside Bogota. The room was silent, cool air drifting through open windows, jungle sounds pulsing softly beyond. No music, no conversation, just the glow of a laptop screen and the scent of expensive tobacco burning in a crystal ashtray. The image on the screen didn't move. Lil Don Dummy, the toddler, the tears, the crown of shame. Donnell's face was unreadable, not angry, not amused. He clicked the laptop closed. The man standing nearby cleared his throat. They're still confirming who did it. Donnell nodded once. Then he asked, "Who else knows?" The man hesitated. "A few, but we're containing it." Donnell turned toward the window, his voice low and measured. "Burn the ones who talk." It was just past midnight when the knock came. 3 sharp taps on the back door of the warehouse they were holed up in. Lucia was half asleep on a threadbare couch. Jason sat on a crate nearby, reassembling the burner phone. Jason stood, motioned for silence, and crept toward the door. The outside bulb was broken, but he could make out a figure through the frosted glass. Tall, stylish, gold chain flashing when he moved. Booby Ike. Jason cracked the door. "You lost?" Booby flashed that signature grin. "Nah, baby, I found something." Lucia stood now, eyes sharp. Jason opened the door. "This better be good." Booby stepped in, hands raised like he was walking into church. He wore a velvet bomber jacket and cologne that smelled like money and gasoline. "Relax," he said. "I came to talk." Jason locked the door behind him. They sat in the shadow of a dusty workbench under a flickering shop light. Booby leaned back like he owned the place, kicking his feet up on an overturned paint bucket. Lucia didn't sit. She paced. Booby looked around. "Y'all ever think about getting a better hideout? This feels like the last place you go before someone takes a saw to your knees." Jason wasn't amused. "Start talking." Booby held up both hands. All right. Word is out. Not specifics yet, but enough. People feel it. A big move, clean, humiliating. Lucia stopped pacing. You heard about the NFT? Booby grinned. Heard? Girl, I damn near framed it. Everybody who's anybody has seen Lil Don Dummy by now. It's like street art for the blockchain. Jason stared. And? Booby's tone shifted, still smooth but slower. They're asking questions, the kind where folks go missing. I got 3 calls today from people who never talk on phones. You feel me? Jason nodded once. Booby continued, and I figured, hey, maybe the folks who made that masterpiece could use a little insulation. Jason crossed his arms. You offering protection? Booby laughed. No, baby, I'm offering discretion. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a flash drive, spinning it between his fingers. Little tool I use for certain transactions. Cleans the Ethereum, makes it untraceable. This here allows me to route the funds through a crypto tumbler. A crypto tumbler? Lucia asked, intrigued. A crypto tumbler, for the uninitiated, is like a digital blender for dirty money. It can take your Ethereum, mix it with thousands of other transactions from around the world, and spit it back out clean, scattered across dozens of new wallets. By the time it reappears, nobody can trace where it started, not even the cartel. Lucia narrowed her eyes. What's your cut? Booby winked. 30%. Jason scoffed. You serious? You insulted a dragon, and now you're sitting in its shadow hoping it doesn't sneeze, Booby said, eyes gleaming. You don't need clean money. You need invisible money. Lucia and Jason exchanged a glance, the kind that said he's not wrong, but Jason didn't bite. We'll think about it. Booby stood, brushing imaginary lint off his jacket. Don't think too long. Booby lingered by the door, his expression unreadable. Lucia folded her arms. How'd you know we were here? He smiled without showing his teeth. I didn't. Jason's jaw tensed. Booby nodded toward the door. But if I could find you, someone hungrier might. This city's got too many ears and not enough loyalty. He opened the door, letting a breeze stir the dust inside. Before stepping out, he looked over his shoulder. Funny thing about crypto, he said. It's like graffiti. It doesn't just disappear, it stays, even when the paint dries. Then he left. The door clicked shut behind him. Lucia walked over, locked it twice, then turned back toward Jason. You believe him? Jason stared at the flash drive Booby had left on the workbench. I believe he knows more than he's saying. Lucia picked up the flash and turned it in her palm. You think he leaked it? Jason didn't answer. She dropped the drive with a clatter. I don't like him. Jason sat down again. Doesn't matter. She turned, brow raised. Why? Jason leaned back, watching the last flicker of light die from the corner bulb. Because whether he leaked it or not, we just became the prize. The burner laptop sat on a cracked wooden desk, glowing in the dark like a warning flare. Jason hunched over it in the warehouse, his eyes scanning a blockchain explorer with military focus. The wallet they used to receive the funds still held the bulk of the Ethereum, though some had already been broken off and laundered through the crypto tumbler. Every transaction was public, every trace visible to anyone who knew where to look. Someone's watching it, Jason muttered. Lucia stood near the back wall, arms crossed, her eyes never leaving the street through the dusty window. How can you tell? Jason zoomed in on a tracker dashboard. I'm seeing unusual traffic, View pings on the NFT contract, a spike in lookup frequency, more eyes every hour. Cartel? She asked. Could be everyone. Lucia stepped away from the window, rubbing the side of her face. Guess they didn't like our sense of humor. Lucia scrolled through a private forum using a throwaway account. It was one of the blockchain spaces where people flaunted rare NFTs, talked schemes, and made flex posts like middle schoolers with guns. She found a thread titled, "Some psycho just robbed a cartel using this NFT, ha ha ha." The first comment had already racked up likes. "Lil Don dummy, dead ass art. Somebody's gonna die for this." Lucia didn't laugh. Jason came over and read it. He said nothing, just scrolled further. There were already memes. People photoshopping the crying toddler onto fake cereal boxes, rap album covers, street murals. The worst part? They were funny, but every repost, every laugh, every viral share, it all made the fire hotter. "This wasn't just a theft," Jason said. "It's a slap to the face, and now it's public." Lucia shut the laptop. "Good." Jason raised a brow. She met his eyes. "If we're gonna burn, we better burn bright." Jason pulled up the contract again, Lil Don Dummy in all its glory. The Ethereum address linked to the sale still sat next to it, plain as day. Anyone who had access to Marquez wallet activity would have seen it the moment it dropped. The buyer address was a dummy, but the heat it left behind was real. Lucia leaned against the desk. "How many of them you think are smart enough to trace crypto?" Jason shrugged. "Doesn't take smart, just takes curious." Lucia nodded slowly. "So we pissed off a few code monkeys and gave the cartel a lesson in digital embarrassment." Jason looked at her, dead serious. "We didn't just take their money, we branded our name into it." Later that day, Cal showed up at the hideout, sweating and wide-eyed. His shirt was damp from running, and he didn't speak until Lucia handed him water. "They're asking questions," he finally said. "Real ones, not whispers. Dealers in El Puente are getting cold called by ghost numbers. Old guys, quiet ones, showing up at street corners asking about anyone new in town." Lucia clenched her jaw. "They know it happened here." Cal nodded. "And they're not just looking for a thief, they're looking for whoever thought it was funny." Jason paced. "Victor hasn't cracked, they're still fishing." "But they're close," Cal added. "Closer than yesterday." Jason exhaled through his nose. "Time to move again." Lucia crossed her arms. "We keep running, or we start hitting back?" Jason didn't answer. Not yet. That night, Lucia sat alone near the warehouse door, her phone in her lap. She opened the NFT listing again, staring at it. The toddler on the screen looked almost sad now, like the joke had aged overnight. She zoomed in on the pacifiers at the toddler's feet, each one a tiny mockery of power, each one now a beacon, glowing for the wrong eyes. Jason sat down next to her quietly. Lucia didn't look at him. "Do you think they're laughing at us?" Jason shook his head. "They're not laughing." She finally looked at him. "They're sharpening knives." Jason nodded. "And they're coming." The warehouse felt colder tonight. Jason sat on the edge of the desk, loading bullets into a pistol magazine with mechanical focus. Lucia stood at the window, arms crossed, her reflection barely visible in the dirty glass. Outside, the street was quiet, but too still, like the world was waiting for something to crack. Jason finally spoke. "We have enough. We move now. No more delays. Lucia didn't turn around. Move where? Anywhere. Off-grid. Change names, fake passports, bounce to Cuba, or drift through islands. I don't care. Lucia's voice was flat. So we just disappear? Jason looked up. That was the plan, wasn't it? She turned to face him. You want to run like we didn't just pull off the biggest score of our lives? I want to survive, he snapped. Lucia took a step forward, fire flickering in her eyes. Then why did we do it this way? We could have snatched cash and gone, but we made a statement. Jason stood now too. You made a statement. I made a move. Silence stretched long between them. Nothing broke it. No street noise, no wind, just tension and the ticking regret of the job being too loud to ignore. Later, Cal unfolded a city map across the table, smoothing out the creases with the edge of a beer bottle. Boat slips out of Biscayne in 48 hours, he said. Old friend of mine runs it. No questions asked, fake names welcome, cash only. He'll take us to Havana, then we scatter. Jason nodded slowly. That's an option. Lucia hovered nearby, arms crossed again. Sounds like surrender. Sounds like breathing, Cal said. He tapped a point on the map. Route's clean. Coast Guard doesn't sniff that far unless someone tips them. If we're ghosts by then, we're gone for good. Jason looked at Lucia. We do this. We don't come back. Lucia met his eyes. That's the part that bothers me. That night, Jason moved quietly through the warehouse, sorting bills, splitting flash drives, and tucking burner phones into sealed plastic. Each motion was practiced, controlled. Lucia worked in the next room. She dug out an old arcade token machine from a back corner, pried it open, and lined it with foil. It wasn't perfect, but it'd hide a cold wallet from most scanners. She dropped one of the encrypted drives into a sock, tied it tight, and shoved it deep inside the machine. A backup, just in case. She stood there for a moment, staring at the hollow space inside the cabinet. Memories clawed at her, games played, cigarettes smoked, stolen time with friends who didn't survive this life. Jason appeared in the doorway. That your goodbye? Lucia closed the lid. That's my insurance. Sometime past midnight, Jason sat on the steps out back, smoking in silence. Lucia joined him, hood up, her fingers twitching. Then came the sound, a slow engine, not loud, but steady, rolling past the warehouse. They both froze. Jason stubbed the cigarette out. Lucia moved to the edge of the stairwell and peeked through the chain link fence. Black sedan, tinted windows, no headlights. It crept past, turned the corner, and disappeared. Lucia whispered, "You think that was for us?" Jason didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Not yet, but it will be." Back inside, Lucia lay on a cot, staring up at the leaking ceiling. Jason sat across from her, flipping a USB drive over in his fingers. "I thought hurting them would feel better," she said. Jason looked at her. "It wasn't about feeling better." Lucia sighed. "I wanted them to see, to know that people like us can fight back." Jason stood, walked to the table, and set the USB down. And now they do. Lucia didn't move. "Do you regret it?" Jason paused. "Only that we stayed this long." He turned out the light. In the dark, Lucia whispered. I don't want to run. Jason's voice came back low. Then we better be ready to fight. By the time the sun crawled over Vice City's skyline, the Marquez cartel had already scattered a dozen men across El Puente and Old Downtown. They didn't wear uniforms. They didn't ask politely. They just showed up, soft-spoken, cold-eyed, with no need to say who they were. A bartender near the strip said a quiet guy in a beige suit leaned across the bar and asked if anyone had been flashing new money. A bodega clerk got asked who'd bought prepaid crypto cards in bulk. An old dealer on 9th said 2 men offered him $5,000 to name anyone in the neighborhood who was acting bold. It was soft pressure, controlled, but the message was loud. Someone fucked up. Someone's going to pay. Lucia heard the stories first from a girl she knew at a nail salon. Jason heard it at a pawn shop. Cal didn't need to hear it. He saw it in the way the corners emptied by noon and how people started locking their doors before the sky even got dark. The city was turning inward, watching itself. Jason's burner buzzed at 3:12 a.m. It was a one-way message from a former darknet contact. No name, just a signature emoji he used back in the day. Message: your ghost wallet's been poked. 6 deep chain queries in 48 hours. Someone's paying pros. Jason read it 3 times. That meant the cartel wasn't just angry. They were funding a manhunt. Lucia sat across the table, dismantling and cleaning her pistol. They're hiring blockchain trackers? She asked. Jason nodded. The kind that don't care who they work for, long as the money's clean when it hits their end. Lucia leaned back, stretching. You think they'll find the real wallet? No, Jason said, but they'll get close, and close is dangerous. By midweek, word started floating through back channels about a guy named Danny Lomo, mid-tier tech hustler, helped set up back-end wallet integrations for half of the East Side clubs. He'd been boasting last weekend about helping someone launder a fortune through NFTs. Now he was gone, not arrested, not hiding, just gone. Lucia heard it from a dancer at El Sol Lounge, whispered between makeup mirror lights and fake lashes. He got dragged out of a club bathroom, the girl said. 2 guys in golf shirts left the door swinging. Nobody said a word. Jason confirmed it with another source. One of Lomo's burner phones had been activated near the docks, pinged once, then never again. Lucia didn't say anything when he told her. She just walked out onto the roof and stared at the city. Cal stopped by the hideout the next morning, eyes bloodshot, hands shaking slightly as he lit a cigarette with his thumb cupped from the wind. They're burning through El Puente, he said. Even Booby's people are nervous. His whole crew went dark. No music drops, no flash, just silence. Jason looked at him hard. What about us? Cal shook his head. No one said your names, but the heat's real. You can feel it, like something waiting to boil over. Lucia dropped onto a milk crate and looked at her boots. We knew this would happen. Cal looked between them, voice low. Yeah, but I didn't think it'd feel like this. Jason leaned against the wall, arms crossed. They're not gonna stop until they find something. Lucia looked up. Then we give them nothing. That night, the warehouse was dead silent. Jason couldn't sleep. He stood by the boarded-up window, listening for car engines that never came. Lucia lay on the cot in the corner, eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling. She spoke first. You ever feel like we're not moving fast enough? Jason turned. You think we should leave now? I think we waited too long already, she said. Jason sat on the floor beside the cot, arms draped over his knees. Every time we move, he said, they move faster, like they know the rhythm. Lucia nodded slowly. You think Booby's feeding them? Jason didn't answer. Outside, somewhere deep in the distance, a dog barked once and stopped. Inside, the air felt heavy, like the walls themselves were leaning in. The sidewalk outside the fallback hideout was cracked and littered with leaves. Jason stepped out that morning with a coffee in hand and half a plan forming in his head. Then he saw it. Drawn on the concrete in front of the warehouse's back door, right where they always walked out, was a crude chalk drawing. A baby, crying, gold chain, pacifiers scattered around it. It wasn't signed, wasn't even that good. But the meaning was unmistakable. Jason stared at it for a long time, the heat from the coffee rising into the morning air. He didn't call for Lucia. He just wiped the chalk out with his boot, slow and deliberate. Then he went back inside. That afternoon, a brown box sat just inside the warehouse fence. Too clean, too dry, like it hadn't been there long. Lucia approached first, eyes scanning the surrounding rooftops before squatting beside it. No label, no tape, just one seam and silence. Jason stood behind her, pistol in hand. Lucia opened it. Inside was a single white pacifier, pristine, untouched, resting on a square of black velvet like it was a trophy. Lucia didn't speak. She just looked at it. Jason stepped closer. They know. She closed the box slowly and stood. They've known. He nodded once, jaw tight. And they're playing with us. Lucia's voice was cold. Then let's change the game. Jason locked down the hideout even tighter. He moved crates, reinforced the doors with steel brackets, repositioned the mirrors they'd placed to watch the alley. It felt like preparing for a siege. Lucia barely spoke that day. She loaded and reloaded her pistol. She checked the flash drives. She cleaned their burner gear with obsessive precision. When the lights buzzed overhead, she looked up like she expected bullets to follow. That night, she sat cross-legged on the cot, staring at the warehouse walls like they were closing in. Jason sat across from her on a crate, elbows on his knees. Something's coming, she said. He nodded. I know. Cal arrived late, hoodie up, eyes darting behind him as he entered through the side entrance. He didn't say much, just handed Jason a burner flip phone and sat down hard on the floor. You all right? Jason asked. Cal nodded too quickly. Yeah, just weird energy out there. Lucia raised a brow. Define weird. Like everyone's looking at everyone. Clubs are dead. People whispering. Eye contact feels dangerous. Jason leaned forward. You see anything close? Cal hesitated. Then, no, but it feels close. Lucia stared at him. You followed? I don't think so. Jason watched him a moment longer, then tossed a hoodie at him. Stay here tonight. Cal didn't argue. It was quiet again. Jason sat near the back door, pistol resting on his thigh, eyes half-lidded but alert. The chalk image still lingered in his head. Lucia stood by the boarded window, arms crossed, staring into the night. They're waiting, she said. Jason nodded. They want us twitchy. She glanced at him. It's working. He looked back at the door. Not forever. Lucia took a slow breath. It's not if they come. Jason finished her thought. It's when. They didn't say anything else. The silence was heavier than any noise. The first safe house they checked had a broken padlock. Jason pushed the door open slowly, flashlight slicing through the dark. Inside, the place was empty. No mattresses, no food stash, no gear, just dust and silence. Lucia stepped in behind him. You sure Cal said this one was still good? Jason didn't answer right away. He was already checking the corners, his body tense. She turned the flashlight to the wall where they'd once left a stash box under the paneling. The panel was ripped open, empty. He exhaled. It's been swept. Lucia looked at him, then around the room. We're not ghosts anymore. Jason nodded. We're prey. Cal met them near the docks an hour later, still breathless, sweat clinging to his neck. He slid into the back of the car and slammed the door. I think I lost them. Jason turned in his seat. Who? Black SUV. Same make I've seen near the warehouse twice now. Tinted, slow moving. It tailed me after I left the pawn shop. I cut across a market, ditched the car, ran 3 blocks before I saw it peel off. Lucia's voice was sharp. Why didn't you call? Cal shook his head. No time, and I didn't want them picking up a signal. Jason looked at him. You think they made you? I think they were watching to see where I went. Lucia's jaw clenched. And now they know you're with us. Cal didn't argue. He didn't have to. That night, Lucia tried to reach out to one of Booby Ike's lieutenants, someone who had always responded fast, someone she'd partied with back when the money was light and danger felt like background noise. No answer. She tried another, then another. The last text bounced back. Jason checked the club's live feed online. No DJ tonight, no crowd, just a closed for renovations banner slapped across the screen. Lucia stared at it for a long moment. They're scrubbing the surface, she said. Jason nodded. Or they're preparing to go underground. Lucia leaned against the wall, phone still in her hand. Booby's pulling back. He doesn't want to be next to the blast. Jason looked at her. Or maybe he already gave us up. By the time they returned to the backup warehouse, the quiet felt louder. Jason did a sweep of the perimeter, flashlight beams slow and tight. No signs of forced entry, no fresh tire tracks, but his instincts wouldn't settle. Lucia took a seat by the boarded window, eyes scanning the street. Every door we used is gone, she said. Jason dropped the duffel by the wall. We're out of routes. Lucia added, we're out of allies. Jason finally said it out loud. We're out of time. She met his eyes. So we go? Jason looked toward the alley. We don't wait for the knock. That night, the warehouse lights stayed off. Only moonlight seeped through the boards, pale and broken. Lucia sat on the floor, back against the wall, knees drawn up. Jason sat across from her, gun across his lap. They didn't speak for a while. Then she said, "What if this is it?" Jason looked at her. "What do you mean?" She didn't blink. What if this job was the peak? What if everything after is just waiting to get caught or killed? Jason leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Then we make sure it was worth it. Lucia held his stare. You still with me? Jason's voice was low, steady. Always. They didn't move for a long time after that. They just listened to the night. The rooftop bar sat above a failing boutique hotel just off the Vice City Strip. The neon buzzed below, casting pink and green glows across cracked windows. The elevator didn't work. Jason climbed 4 flights of concrete stairs with a pistol tucked in his waistband and a cigarette burning low between his fingers. Booby Ike was already there, lounging in a wicker chair like it was his throne. He wore a cream blazer, gold chains, and mirrored sunglasses. At night, a half-empty glass of brown liquor rested on the armrest beside him. Thought you might not come, Booby said without standing. Jason didn't sit. You're lucky I did. Booby smiled. Man with money and nowhere to spend it tends to show eventually. Jason scanned the roof. Empty, except for a lone bartender wiping down glasses with headphones in. You picked a quiet place. I like quiet when I talk business, Booby said, especially when it's sensitive. Jason stepped closer. Let's skip the dance. What did you tell them? Booby leaned back, swirling his drink. Now why would I tell them anything? I'm a businessman, Jay. I help people stay off radars, not jump in front of them. Jason stared. You're too smart not to see what we did. That NFT, the sale, the wallet bounce, you knew. Booby lifted his drink in salute. What can I say? I appreciate boldness. But not loyalty. Booby shrugged. Loyalty don't buy yachts. Jason didn't blink. So you said something. Booby's grin widened. I said, someone made a move. That's all. Didn't name names. Just dropped a whisper in the right ear and let the current do the rest. Jason's jaw tensed. You pointed the wave at us. No, Booby said. I just stopped paddling when it passed by. Jason stepped in, close, too close. Booby didn't flinch, but his hand eased toward the inside of his jacket. You selling us out? Jason asked, voice low, cold. Or just making sure you're not next? Booby chuckled, slow and smooth. I'm making sure I still got a table at the big boys' banquet, the kind where the food's hot and the guests ain't dead. Jason grabbed the front of Booby's blazer and shoved him back into the chair. The bartender looked up, then quietly turned around and walked inside. You think this is a joke? Jason hissed. Booby's expression didn't change. I think you're alive, which means I did you a favor. Jason's grip tightened. Booby didn't break eye contact. You kill me, the whole city turns on you. You walk now, maybe they don't find you. Yet. Jason held him there a second longer, breathing hard. Then he let go. Booby straightened his collar like nothing happened. Jason walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking out over Vice City. Lights shimmered on wet pavement. Music from a nearby club pulsed through the air like a heartbeat. Behind him, Booby lit a cigar. You know the thing about moves like yours, he said. They leave a signature. Doesn't matter how deep you bury the bodies, people remember the style. Jason didn't turn. You finished? Booby exhaled smoke into the sky. You ever need help again? Real help? You better pray I'm still answering. Jason looked over his shoulder. I'll pray for better options. He turned and left, footsteps sharp against the rooftop concrete. Booby watched him go, eyes unreadable behind mirrored lenses. Jason didn't speak on the walk back. The warehouse loomed in the distance, all steel and shadows. He slipped inside and dropped the duffel on the floor. Lucia looked up from the cot, her eyes immediately narrowing. What happened? Jason sat, wiping sweat from his forehead. Booby's not on our side. Lucia stood. You sure? He didn't have to say it. I saw it in the way he smiled. Lucia exhaled. I knew it. Jason leaned forward, elbows on his knees. If he leaked our name, even once, that's all it takes. Lucia sat across from him. Then we cut him off. No more calls, no more meetings. He's done. Jason didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed fixed on the floor, distant and dark. Lucia asked, softer this time, You all right? Jason finally looked up. No, and for once, neither of them had anything else to say. The rain had finally stopped. In the warehouse, water dripped from the ceiling into a rusted tin bucket with a steady metallic rhythm. Jason sat at the table, eyes locked on the burner phone's cracked screen. Lucia stood across from him, arms crossed, chewing the inside of her cheek. Cal stepped in from the alley door, soaked and shivering, his hoodie plastered to his skin. They got him, he said. Jason stood. Who? Victor, Cal replied. He's alive, but he's not the same. Lucia narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Cal dropped onto a crate. Word is he's working again. For them. Somewhere deep, no home, no phone, no trace. They pulled him underground. Jason ran a hand through his hair. Why keep him alive? Lucia answered before Cal could. Because he's useful. Because he knows. Jason spent the next hour chasing shadows. Victor's name was gone from all records. No local utilities, no license renewals, not even a traffic cam hit in 2 weeks. His business page was offline, his personal social media deleted, email accounts deactivated. Lucia hovered behind him as he worked. They scrubbed him. Jason nodded slowly, like he never existed. He pulled up the Ethereum wallet they'd originally hit. The NFT still sat there, burned into the chain, but the rest was dark. No movement, no reversals, just silence. Lucia said, They didn't kill him. That makes him a tool now. Jason leaned back in the chair, eyes scanning the void on the screen. He was the loose end. Now he's their leash. The knock came just after midnight. 2 slow taps at the rear loading dock. Cal answered with a pistol in hand, but there was no one there, just an envelope. Jason opened it at the table, carefully unsealing it with a box cutter. Inside, a small folded note on thick paper, 1 line only. Victor told us what scared him. Lucia stared at it. Jason read it again. Cal looked from one to the other. What the hell does that mean? Jason replied, voice low. It means we're not the threat anymore. Lucia added, We're the example. Jason didn't sleep. He sat on the cot, one hand on the pistol beside him, listening to the wind rattle the broken windows. Lucia laid on the floor near the crates, eyes wide open, staring into the dark. Cal snored lightly near the corner, wrapped in a blanket, twitching now and then. At 4:17 a.m., Jason stood and moved to the small makeshift desk. He opened one of the last burner laptops and checked the NFT again. Still there, still mocking, still dangerous. "We can't stay here," he said softly. Lucia rolled to her side. "We don't have anywhere else." Jason met her eyes. "Then we make somewhere." The sky was turning gray when they stepped onto the warehouse roof. Lucia stood with her arms folded tight across her chest. Jason leaned on the rusted railing, watching birds spiral over the skyline like ghosts. He didn't speak for a long time. Then, "We won." Lucia glanced over. "Feels like shit." Jason gave a tired half smile. "We took their money. We embarrassed their boss. We're still breathing." "For now," she said. He nodded. "For now." Lucia turned back toward the city. "You still want to run?" Jason didn't answer right away. Then, "I want to make it hurt to catch us." Lucia looked at him. "We just became the story." Jason looked toward the horizon. "Then let's end it on our terms." It was night in the hills above Bogota. Crickets chirped beyond the open windows, but inside the room, everything was still and cold. Marble floors, low light, heavy wooden shutters. The air held the scent of cigars and something darker, old blood maybe, or memory. Donel Marquez sat alone at the center of a long, polished table. He wore no jewelry, no gold. Just a tailored black shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows and a wristwatch so thin it vanished beneath his cuff. A laptop rested before him, simple, quiet, waiting. He opened it. The screen blinked once, then filled with the image. There it was, the toddler, crying, eyes puffy, a chain around its neck, giant pacifiers littered all around him. Lil Don Dummy. Donnell stared at the NFT for a long time, didn't blink, didn't move. The glow from the screen etched soft shadows across the creases in his face. Outside, thunder rumbled somewhere far off. Behind him, 3 men stood in silence, lieutenants, enforcers, watchers. The air was thick. No one dared speak. Donnell leaned forward slightly, as if inspecting the image. He continued to stare. There was no outburst, no table slammed, no drink thrown. The kind of fury that Donnell carried wasn't noisy. It was silent, icy, focused. He leaned back, folded his arms, and finally exhaled. "Where did it start?" he asked. One of the men stepped forward. El Puente. They hit a cleaner named Victor, broke into his house, forced the transaction. "Who were they?" "We're still digging." Donnell nodded once, his expression unreadable, the kind of calm that frightened men more than rage. He looked again at the image. "They used art," he said softly. Another man shifted behind him. "Yes, Don." Donnell smiled faintly. "Art for war." He stood. The chair slid back with a whisper across the marble. He walked to the window and looked out at the city below. Lights scattered across hills like fireflies with nowhere to land. "Start at the edges," he said. "Every club, every whisper, anyone who saw anything." "Yes, Don." "Don't ask nicely." "No, Don." He turned back to the table. The laptop still glowed. Donnell stepped close again, placed both hands on the edge, and looked down at the crying toddler one last time. He gently closed the laptop lid. Then he spoke, calm, clear, and slow. "I want the fuckers who did this alive. Then we'll see who's crying."